Hello, everyone. Just getting things ready. It just occurred to me I should check the workshop and see if there's been any replies. Harmony was installed when I clicked install on Laudable Weather, which also installed this. The only other mod I have installed that isn't a result of installing that is ladders, and having it enabled or disabled makes no difference. I'll give uninstalling and reinstalling Harmony a go, though. A little bit, yeah. Well, they suggested that I should try uninstalling and reinstalling Harmony, which, I mean, fair enough, actually. But it definitely is installed. Alright, I've uninstalled and reinstalled it. I unsubscribed and resubscribed. Alright, back to the workshop. Alright, let's draw... Oh yeah, edge battery. It is indeed a battery that can go over the edge of the map. It's currently the most popular thing. Timberpunk 2. You know, there is apparently a... pump to tank. Neat. Not really what I'm going for, but honestly, that would not be a terrible way to handle... Yeah. That would not be a terrible way to get water, because ultimately, it... with enough of them, right? Keeping the mechanical assembly under load ensures the entire power network remains stable. By never dropping the demand load, your steam engines and power wheels stay locked at high torque output, ready to move liquid the exact millisecond it becomes available. Uh-huh. Mixed source acts as a fractional extractor. For example, in a 70-30 water by waters mix, a water match pump extracts 70% speed. That explains a lot, like, actually. I wonder why it counted you as being there for that one day, but cool. Did I actually read the crash log? Yeah. I'm actually... Oh, that requires harmony. Never mind. Actually, no, that might not matter. Let's see if this mod works. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Harmony and pump the tank. Yeah, okay, so that workshop and where was it? Moddable Timberborn. Reinstalling Harmony did nothing. However, if I install another mod like pump to tank, which also uses Harmony, it works perfectly fine. They did it because say alert streamer went live, crash hours, and live again in the same day to use the room. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna do that. As much as the intro's nice, I do kind of want to skip it. Yeah, I pressed the start rotating button on my fan just there, and it's been years since it's done that, and I thought it was broken for a second because it took it almost 3 seconds for it to start moving. Now it's moving, but the hesitation was a bit odd. Okay. Is it because we don't have any cassava? Yeah, we're not growing enough cassava. Interesting. Look at that tail. Do you know you can import custom PNGs? So you could put like furry art on their tails if you wanted. I did, yeah. I forget what it was because I watched it last night before I fell asleep. But yes, I remember watching it and thinking it was funny. I think. You know what I can do is I have all this new land over here that's perfect for growing cassava. But also that explanation about how the pumps work Honestly, that makes sense. If the limitation is that, this should be, I think, 100% contaminated. Which, problematic in many ways. Yes, 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 yes. Purple is like such a good protogen. Right, this is what I was doing when I finished. I am blasting this because I want to add water pressure to this so I can put water wheels down here and here. But that's not super high priority. Okay, how is this going? Progress is being made. Good. That bit is that bit. This bit over here is coming along, I suppose, is the answer. I want to get the wood out of here, basically, is my goal. Because I'm going to turn this into a cassava field. Then again, it might make more sense because, like, this is all kohlrabies. What if I just replace these with cassava? I'll let them harvest that and then replace that with cassava. But either way, it'll be good to have more land. Domino's Pizza in the UK is bottom tier pizza. Honestly, Domino's Pizza anywhere is kind of bottom tier. It's not an amazing pizza. It's okay pizza. It's not anything I'd go out of my way for. Also, I just realized this tree farm and this one over here are basically completely replaced by this. Minecraft Dungeons 2 is coming out? Neat. Totally tubular, man. Yeah, I can't believe I said that either. I have a feeling that at one stage, me and you played a little bit of the first one together. It wasn't a terrible game for it. I don't believe we did. I definitely don't own it. You know what says something is the amount of water flowing in here, and this place isn't full. I really should replace those with a better dam. They should be listening to this, really. Also, I think I might have got those backwards. Should be listening to pumping hysteresis. Actually, wait, why is that up to that horse? Those should be hooked up to this. Yeah, those are hooked up to battle. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I know. It's just I'm bad at naming stuff because I desperately wish I could put down signs in the world so I could name areas in a more permanent, suitable way. Should that not be on if it's not up to that number? No, that's only if it's above, and this one should be if it is. Yeah, that's less than, I think. Is that? Okay, that's greater than, that's less than. Okay. right. The other thing I was doing is I was optimizing this a bit, wasn't I? I was turning this into a water reservoir that feeds this, and then I was going to add the same system as I was using elsewhere. Okay. Just occurred to me those should probably be high priority as well. Love a good beaver swarm, you know? How much did I get done after the hot tub yesterday? Honestly, it was mainly just Subway, and I scoped out where I wanted to put explosives over here. And I forget if I started building that wall earlier, but that's there now. I'm up to 44 unemployed beavers right now. Is it because pumping's paused? It is. Well, unemployed beavers aren't the worst thing. Now, I'm looking at this and realizing that I can't do the same thing here because they're actually using this to get across. So I first need to build that. Average well-being of 40, hell yeah. And literally, that and that are the only bits really left before we have the full loop. And then I can start adding branches where needed easily. Got this going on at least. Yeah, nice tube-way station. Happiness level of 40. 400 beavers. No one's starving, no one's thirsty. Well, I mean, some of them are hungry, some of them are thirsty, but that's not because I'm not feeding them, they're just not eating. That's our own fault at that point. God, I love that. That is so awesome. Like, oh, you need water? Here. And it just flows until there's enough. It overflows over here a little bit, but only a little. Oh, this must be requesting water. It is. And this thing is just pumping water out as much as it can. You know what I'm realizing is that I really should just replace these with the automated pumps. Because why not, right? I've got the power, and it's going to be more efficient than these. Well, there's one way to try this, isn't there? Let's give it a shot. If I'm smart, I'll do that, like, over here. Now, I need to also go 2 above that. Because I then also need... that. And then the storage... Okay, so I can only fit 2 of them here, so that's fine. Those may or may not be tall enough. Definitely not tall enough. Storage. No, not storage, water. And I think that should work. As long as I assign that to water, that to water, that to water, and that to water. And then I just have to hook up power to it. The nearest source of which is there. It's actually already at the roughly correct height, I think. Maybe one too tall, but that's fine. That's fixable. That did vastly improve the range, didn't it? I mean, only to that boat there, but still. They can build infinitely downward. Beautiful. automation. And we got a drought. Want a depth sensor. So I don't want a depth sensor. And I want another depth sensor. And then I want memory. Dark. Forest low. Wait. Dark forest low. Dark forest high. Dark forest hysteresis. Dark forest low. Dark forest high. Actually, gonna set that to like A5. I just realized I can't actually build most of that right now. Which is kind of fair, I guess. I can account for that, though. I'll just tear that down after. And the stuff in the back, same deal. Oh, that doesn't work. Well, it should still be within range, I think. And I still need to set up the front exit, but that's whatever. An awkward moment when I realize I have no idea how I'm going to manage to get them to build the power bit there, because they're going to be a right pain in the ass about it. Because they are awful at doing things in order. Unless they like do this the entire way. not built yet? No. Oh, good. Is it cassava that I'm really lacking in? Yes. I love urban farming because let's be real, that's exactly what that is. Also, we got mangrove fruits out the wazoo. Love to see it. The only food that we're not currently producing is really just the fermented cassava, and even that we're doing pretty good. You know, I was about to build the wind tunnel, and I realized what I'm building here is going to absolutely demolish the power supply as is. I'm gonna look up something that'll hopefully make it easier for me. Not because I need it to be easier, but just because I waste so much time waiting for things to be built. I'm gonna restart the game. How is it that 0.6% of players have built 8 hydroponic things on top of each other? That's so weird. Of course, it was another one of his mods. Same issue. Yeah, okay, I'm not finding anything really useful here. I'll just have to disable it. What I was hoping was to find a different mod that would also allow the beavers to build infinitely upward like they can infinitely downward. Because that would make it so much easier to build stuff.
Need to be rude.
I've got 69 unemployed beavers. I need to add more hauling posts, because if nothing else, I can always use more haulers. If nothing else, more stuff moving is good. I do wish that I could find that mod that made it so that haulers could bring stuff to construction sites. But I'm actually going to look for it again. Nope. It'd be amazing if I could find it. Oh, they're backed up because they just have all the canola oil. Fair enough. And you're backed up, presumably, because there's nowhere to put the algae rations. Yes. You know what I could do is I could build a bot district. Just for the fun of it. I suspect at some point I'm going to have a little bit of flooding, but it should flood around that, and that should be fine. We'll see. Also, Mega Building H is almost full. We're down to only 96 beds. Really? It's too far? Okay. It's been long enough that I haven't checked these, and they're guaranteed needing my hand to continue. There we go. These places sure do employ a lot of beavers. Still thinking about how the hell I'm going to connect this to power. And I think my best bet is doing this. Oh, I can't. Okay. I can do that, though. Okay. If I put paths out like this... that. This also solves the hauling problem, which is good. I think, aside from maybe during this portion here, they should be able to just reach up and build that. So I think if I now... depends if they can reach that. If they can reach that, then excitement. If not, then oh well, I can rebuild that to make it so they can. But I think that might legitimately be my best option here. Like this part here, they definitely probably can't reach it. Well, maybe they can. We'll find out. I bet it's counting that as the valid path, though. I have no idea where my message has gone. Oh, there it is. Yeah, see, that's the problem I was hoping to avoid. And now they can't reach it. Okay, now if I put this up here, can they reach that? They can. That is within reach. Makes you laugh. The boyfriend was on the back of his build bike to go see his brother today, and was bricking it the entire time. Granted, his build brother-in-law drives the concept cars. I have to seriously have a job. For me, though, it doesn't bother him in the slightest. It's just one of those funny things. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna change that for that. We'll see if they can successfully build that. oddly enough, that one looks like a yes somehow. Too far. Okay. Then why could you build these? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Why is this one fine, but not this one? They will assuredly be able to build this. And I will install this here. Which should at minimum provide enough coverage for that. I want all this done, please. High priority. Just do it. Also, I do agree a suspension bridge is choice. The frame rate, though. No, the one... Well, yeah. I tried a different one of his mods, had the same issue, but other mods that use Harmony don't have any issues, so... Don't know what to tell him. Can you imagine how awful this would be to maintain right here, in reality? Wooden gears and this many of them in that tight of a space. Exactly. Then I can start just assembling everything. Because honestly, that tube system makes getting around so much faster for the beavers that the entire map really does become viable as places to do things. Without that tube system, the travel time is most of the day. With the tube system, it's like not even. Like, I'm kind of tempted to, like, I mean, for a project like this, it would be nice if there was a closer station, but the closest one's, like, there, or there, or there. It's kind of, like, equidistant between all of them in a not amazing way for it, but it does work out in the end. You can tell when it's morning, though, because the entire game chugs as it works out the pathing for 450 beavers. We're back? Okay. Their insistence on using underground or underwater ladders is very strange. Oh, you know what it is the one time I flooded water into this, it's just pumped all of it out, isn't it? Hasn't it? This is just 100% bad water now. It is. Well, if flood ever happens, that'll kick out, I'm sure. Oh, hey, we're working. Oh, and fast, too. That's like so fast. Although, in fairness, I think the beavers are also spewing water, but still. Okay, I'm actually just gonna set these to always be empty because I think that makes it not count toward the total. 10,000. Okay, it does actually still count toward the total, but I want them to use this as a source of water, not as anything else. Well, I'll do that. Hopefully it just works out. The choice to use the subway to run from there is certainly a choice that they've made. Yeah, this is remarkably usable. Although I don't want them supplying water to these. I want these emptied. I wish I could configure these. Slightly differently. But like, I wish I could configure these to turn on only when these are empty, you know? What is our current water measurement? Alright, we're getting there. Except that I don't want these ones doing that. I don't want them turning off with that, do I? No, not really. Oh. Ideally, I want these to just always be running. But providing water elsewhere. Alright. For the record, we are just barely net positive power right now. Again. You know what? They're gonna turn on and off with the rest. And be marked as always try to empty me. I do wish I could tell it to run at like half speed, maybe? That'd be nice. Getting so close. Because realistically, what are these tanks? They are tanks full of water that can supply everything else for ages and refill very quickly. I just wish I could tell them to monitor that specific tank, and I don't think there is a way. Welcome back. So this works. It filled both these really quickly. I just wish there was a way that I could tell, like, I could have these turn on and off based on the state of this specific tank instead of all tanks, which is the way it is by default. Yeah. Because if I could make these turn on when the tank reaches half and then gets to full, that'd be fantastic. It would probably make these guys never turn on again. Because it is really good. It also wipes our power demand. Like, when these are on, we're, like, hurting for power, but... Look how fast those retract, though. Damn. realistically, I could just set up a separate hysteresis that turns these on and off. Big pump low. Big pump high. Big pump hysteresis. What are these? What's this one over here configured to? 95%, okay. And this one's configured 60%. I actually want to turn on before that. Let's call it 70%. Because ideally, I don't want those meters to go back to working pumping. I want this to handle that. So, just like that. There's the white paws, the fire paws or something like that. There's a couple of modded factions that are apparently very good. Our interesting is everything is basically a house and population grows to fill beds, so don't build too much at once. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, you'd have to make sure you... Yeah, okay, that is an interesting, if slightly terrifying mechanic. Yeah, I've told the beavers to make sure that these are always empty, which means they'll just fill up all the other containers in the town first, essentially. So these aren't sitting there wasting power, essentially. This is a really clever mod. I want this to be vanilla. You know, I've come to a realization. The reason this is only working partially, right, DM, is because the water isn't 100% contaminated, but over enough time, it actually gets it to 100% contaminated, which is why it stopped for a while. But then this just refilled. There was some fresh water again. Now it's pumping it out. And these, of course, being bad water pumps, leave behind the fresh water. Which means that there is a slow build-up of fresh water in here. which this is essentially preventing by pumping it out. At honestly, not enough of a rate even to keep up with the drying over here, but it does make it last longer, so... Nope. We're down to just this corner. Painfully, they think it's faster for them to go over here and walk all that way. Well, I guess they're not connected, but I was going to say then to go here and go there. But without the connection, actually is the fastest way to that particular section, so actually fair enough. Yeah, those two pumps are single-handedly actually felt like keeping up with at least our drinking requirements. Which is saying something, because these produce one every 0.33. That's 2, 4, 6 every 20 minutes. These produce one water. These are doing significantly more. I love how smooth their turn is on there. I can tell them not to prioritize that because honestly, I mean, I'm sure they still will, but there are other things they could be doing. Although that being said, I'm pretty sure I have literally hundreds of haulers. 5, 10, 15, 20, actually no, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210. Yeah, I got at least 210 haulers. Not counting the rest of those that are, like, scattered about. Half my population is dedicated to moving stuff around. It occurs to me you could probably stick like 4 of them on one of these if you worked out the logistics of hooking up everything. Oh yay, a bad tide. Also, oh yay, flooding. That being said, if I... How would you put water out of it with level 4? They could walk in underneath. No, they couldn't. Okay, you could do 3. I agree. The dams absolutely need a corner piece. Oh, look, it got greener because water spilled into there. Well, the good news is it's only C# in this case. Harmony is a giveaway, by the way. Harmony and Mellow Motor and there's another game or another mod loader that I can't remember the name of that are giveaways that it is C#. Uh-huh. Listen, just be glad that you're not being told to, write code in R. And I'm not talking about no Rust. Or Ruby, yeah. You could be getting told to program in Ruby. Alright, so these appear to keep us about stable. So these should only ever turn on again if we ever actually need more than what these can provide. Which is probably going to happen as our population increases, of course. Cobalt? Yes. No, not a K, though. It's a C. I actually know somebody who, I don't know if they are still involved in this, but their job at the time was writing the extension for Visual Studio that enabled you to write software in Cobalt in Visual Studio. Also, he's not a furry. Even though, at least I don't think he's a furry, but his profile picture's an orca. He's also the person that runs OpenRCT 2. Just a fun fact there, hey? Yeah. You know, I can probably replace all of these with bad water pumps too. But part of the problem is I have so many beavers that, like, I'm making hauling posts and building posts because I need to give them jobs and not because I need them to do a job. Oh good, this is already working. Activated that early, made that fill up. So these produce bad tide during, or these produce bad water during the bad tide, right? But they have a limited capacity that can only push up but that high. So what I did was I configured this to start 12 hours early, and it just closes this. So it's gonna produce like a tiny bit, and that's it. And then come not bad tide, it opens up, water pours out. Yeah, that is going to cause issues, I think. Plus side, we get to see this in action for the first time. These, of course, these ones have, these ones, if I dammed it, they would just overflow forever. They have far more upward pressure. The only way to block it really would be to like cover the entire thing and have like control gate. And then it just turns bad tides into just droughts, essentially, which is already what they are for me, because like I just redirect the water. Oh, I missed those ones. Oh, yes, subway check. To the subway. We're almost touching tips. Literally just to prevent flooding. Wait, how did we go from flooding a moment ago to, like, actually substantially below the drain point? What? Okay. Either way, we've got all the stored water, so this won't dry up ever again. Oh, they're carrying bad water. Which is presumably going over here. Getting stored in this. Or this. One of the two. If nothing else, this is going to drain this area so much faster. Or at least the same rate. One or the other. But, like, consistently and around the clock. I love the giant vats of coffee. Also, I started growing way more cassava, and it still hasn't even, like, dented it. This whole section here is cassava. I guess I know what's going in over here, then. Yes, but in this case, no, because there's only 89 to be fermented, even. Alright. And it goes all the way out to there. Cassava fields. Oh boy. We're moments away. These both literally just need to be tapped with a hammer. Or a wrench, or a tail, probably. Particularly energetic bullet. blowtorch. Ladies and gentlemen, the final phase of construction for this segment of the pipeway, tubeway, is now beginning. The Army Corps of Beavers are here to finish it. How it needs to be done before the ones on either side. Wait, did the beaver inside the tube just... The beaver inside the tube just did that. I mean, that basically already exists. You get on and you just go straight either way for the most part. Wait. Ha! Occasionally you see a beaver just pop into existence there. Right here. Although I will say it was completely unplanned, but those are actually almost directly across from each other. But no, I don't think it's worth it to make that quite yet. Oh yeah. I mean, it's just a refinement of the old system, really. It's just narrow a channel with walls, so it's not flowing just everywhere. Goes in here and ends out there, and it's fine. This is all clean. Easy. It does occur to me, though, that if I replace this, I could set this up as a... Like, I'd need to dynamite this out, but that's hardly a big deal. But I could set this area up as a level-controlled zone, with this area becoming another reservoir. I mean, there would be a reservoir that gets wiped out every time there's bad water, but that's not the end of the world. I mean, there is this whole section of the map here that I haven't touched yet, but I'm not sure if I want to, because, like, I could. I really could. I could dump water in there and turn a lot of the screen, but is there really a need to? I don't think so. As is, I've already got so much land, I don't know what to do with it. I'm growing cassava because my beavers want some, not because I need it. You're right, I am actually running low on mushrooms, although fermented mushrooms are still holding strong. But then I also have 8 of those, which is the same as this single stack of 8 algae, so... And it's because... Okay, so that's backed up... Okay. TLDR, we're probably fine. These, of course, doing the big pump. Third down on the list, that is canola. Which is this. It is all used up, actually. Coffee, on the other hand, is also, give or take, keeping up, but not really. I could probably get away with growing canola over here as well. Maybe up here? Or here? Tempted to just put little shacks of food out. I'm gonna say we're gonna provide everywhere that isn't the main area. Corn rations. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable idea. There we go. Now they have something to eat when they're out and about, and they're hungry. And it's not like we have a lack of corn rations, so... There we go, the two-way station. Ain't that a treat of ease right there? And there's the end of the bad tide. He still hasn't gotten over here somehow. Oh. Figured it out. Why is it taking this long to get over there? Well, it could be. Okay, they're definitely able to build from inside of those tunnels. I don't know how, but they totally are. To be clear, it is still slow. It's just far faster than walking. My next mega building might go over there. Housing. We're down to 50 free rooms right now. Mega building F. I don't know why the other one's H, but this next one's gonna be F. Imagine being told, yes, you are going to climb that ladder and store on top of 8 stacked hydroponic gardens explosives. Why not Q? Why not Q? That would make a spectacular explosion, you know that? Does that warehouse full of explosives going off? Also, yikes, the water level in here. Okay, now you got me wondering if you're referring to that video of the petrol station where the people are just like in their apartment across the street filming it, and like everyone's evacuated it and it's fine, but then it just explodes. Like, I don't know. These really are just about maintaining the water level, which means they actually do replace most of those. There's the water. At some point, we're going to get a drought long enough that we dry that out, and that's going to be quite the drought. In theory, that should do what I want. It will also prevent flooding. I just realized that's not quite true. Hang on. That might not be true. Because if the target height... because the target height being 0 meters still means it'll let water through if we end up below 0 meters. I think. I think we're gonna have to find out the hard way. But I really don't want to. Hang on. I'm gonna Google it. I'm a genius. Go do anything else for the moment. Shut a level to 0 manually when the bad tide starts. Certainly until you figured automation. Okay, looks like the answer is should be fine. Actually, I am going to set that to target height of 1 meter because that'll prevent flooding too. So if I set that to 0, is it actually going to stop the water? It is. Oh, well, you know what I just noticed and realized is that 0 meters there is flat with that, so I'm going to have to adjust that, but honestly, I don't... Leaving it wide open and the rest of the time is perfectly reasonable, to be honest. Because, like, it's only ever, like, that full anyway. So if anything, if nothing else, this will regulate the amount of flow after a bad tide to ease us back in. Love the beavers using that. How is it never the right direction? Every single time. You call me Australian? That's kind of rude. On the plus side, this will definitely make it so they prefer using this, probably. Oh, you're right. Well, I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. Because, like, I mean, hurricanes spin the other way. Same with their toilets. suppose the limiting factor there is the ability to reach them, so back to the explosives. Which way does the wheel goon spin? The wheel goon spin like the wheel goon spin. I have to imagine it does, yeah. As terrifying as that thought is in many ways. And what exactly, in safe for work terms, do you think that I think the Wheel of Goon is? Okay, that's a pretty accurate description, yes. That awkward moment when these are pumping so much water that your water wheel barely works. Seriously, in Australia, boxed wine comes in silver bags. They attach the bags to what is essentially a hills hoist and spin it wherever it lands has strength from that bag of wine. They call it a goon bag. Okay. Bit weird, but I get ya. I have no idea what Shui is either, so I'm sure you're right. Oh, it's actually requesting water. Nice. Everything's working as intended. Very nice. Oh, okay. How about no, because I don't enjoy the taste of sweaty sock. More beaver bust, more beaver statue, more bell. Gonna get them beaver boobs out. It has occurred to me that the best place to put it is adjacent to these stations. Because most beavers are traveling these. And wherever I put my decorative clock is apparently friggin' perfect. I got pretty good coverage on shrubs. Did I do bells? I did. Where did I do the decorative clock? Oh. Oh, well, of course they're all getting it because they're either going to work or going home. I don't know why I won't let me build it there, but sure, there. There we go. The only one that's not having a huge effect yet is Bell. And then basically the tributes. Which I think I have enough of these things to just make them, so. 600 horsepower, huh? Okay. I need to put it somewhere central-ish, where there's also power. But also ideally within range of most of their homes. Really? Can't do that? Can do that though. Wait, what? Oh, how? When did I start building tubeway? $44.31 Canadian for a large pizza, a wrap, and a garlic bread for $1.08. Send it to my friend who's ordering a medium got it wrong. Yeah, honestly, that is like so much. What? We actually have all the materials to build this. This is great. It's gonna be a constant 600 horsepower. But our battery's charged at night. Honestly, if the cheapest way I've ever found to make just amazing pizza, because I'm a fan of like thin crust, right? A tortilla, some tomato sauce, some cheese, and some pepperoni in a toaster oven. That's all you need. You can just do that. It is an option. Hey, we broke 10,000 planted trees in a single playthrough. And two new yep. Yeah, we're just flying up there. Probably because of this. Yeah, that's like 7.5 levels. And everyone's getting exposed to it. Those weren't meant to be manually paused. Got two tortillas, put one down, put a little tomato cheese and some ground meat. You want to spice it up, put on second on top, and with whatever you want. Get yourself a... Oh, yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, I don't have enough science points? Oh, I only have 2,100. I need 20,000. Well, I can fix that. Build the number cruncher. It's 10 times faster. But it takes 500 horsepower. So it's like more than one generator each. What if we build a dedicated power grid, like, elsewhere for number crunching? What if it's just over here? I don't think these... Yeah, these don't take any beavers. They just need power. And apparently they can share through those faces as well. So that should be 60 an hour, which is a lot. But that's going to take 5, 10, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 horsepower. Which means 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 8, 12. 12, how many? Okay. First of all, this is a terrible location for this, so I'm not doing it here. But if I want to do that many of them, add 2 more, make it... Okay, perfect. So 8 number crunchers to 10 generators. Well, they don't need to be anywhere particularly, like, moist or nearby. Now, there's a thought. This is otherwise unused space up here. Power generation. 2, 3, 4. Wait. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that almost works. If I do... You know what? I'm gonna pop those out. I'm gonna get rid of those. Six, 7... Oh, those are all the wrong height. Could just... Yeah, but no, I don't want to. I want to do this. Okay, so what I'm thinking about is what's the most optimal way to lay these out? And I'm realizing... There's 8 of those. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that is connected. 8, 9, 10. Alright. And then I can delete all the extra stuff. Or at least some of it. I'm gonna keep, you know, bits and pieces here and there, but... Yep. Now, the problem with this build here is that I need them to build all the platforms, and then I need them to build that out from the rear. Because if they build it out from the front, they can't reach the stuff in the back. Pretty much my thought, yeah. Those go in first. These go in second. And these don't go in at all yet. However, everything on this layer goes in as immediately as possible. And while they begin working on that, I want the science sensor, science counter. And if it is larger than or equal to 20,000, do that. And then automate by that. I have reached a population of 1,000 beavers. Or, sorry, 1,500. I don't know why I said 1,000. Now, because of the resource usage of this in terms of wood, I believe it makes sense for me to connect this. so let's say I put the explosive here. That does align with that side, which is close enough. Actually, that is the correct side even. Beautiful. Did I miss a scaffold? Oh, yeah, thank you. You're right. This is gonna absolutely wipe out my log and plank population, I think. And those are gonna use so many gears. Luckily, I've got, like, 1,000 of them stored, but, like, damn. Just realized I want to prioritize these by haulers as well. Kind of worth, though? Yeah. I did just realize that it's going to be a pain in the ass to make this work, though, because... yeah. You know what? I can use ladders. I can make that work. Oh, I didn't even realize there was a drought coming. It's only 5 days. Ah, that's nothing. I just got an achievement for exploding 200 dynamite in a single day. Yeah, I do. Hasn't been like that for a while now, has it? Yeah, no, well, I mean, in fairness, it's designed to ramp up the difficulty, and that's kind of reasonable. As Iron Teeth have a beaver be born from an... What? As Iron Teeth have a beaver be born from an advanced breeding pod and get injured on the same day. What a day! Right? Wake up, just born, feeling great. Oops, broke my fucking leg. Oh, I'm gonna have to blast down like 2 or 3 times before I get there. Also, I'm glad that it actually successfully did that. I wasn't expecting it to. I have no longer need of the puny original science buildings, for I'm going to be burning excessive amounts of wood to produce science in a number cruncher. Someone touch it, please. Alright, so, first things first. That goes there. That goes right there. Realized that I needed to leave the one in the middle. And there, done. Someone please touch this with a hammer. All the material's there, all you gotta do is touch it. Dear diary, I was born today, then I broke my leg, split my tail in two, and chipped my tooth so badly I needed a prosthetic. Well, I mean a temporary prosthetic, they grow back for them. They're making decent progress. Still got lots of planks. Still got lots of logs. I feel like I should have built this first, because they would be just swarming in and out, and it would be so much faster. Oh, I'm an idiot. I just broke the only way they had to... Oh, wait, no, they can't get there. Never mind. I was about to say, I think I broke the only way they had to get there, but not quite true. Needs deeper water to function. I mean, in fairness, yeah, it is kind of flying. But most of the time, when it's not a drought, you'll work fine. I didn't know the beaver teeth grow even in adults, but I suppose it makes sense. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. They grow for their entire lives. They're also kind of yellowish, but not because they're dirty, but there's just different material they're made of. But yeah, even if they're not looking to cut a dam or anything like that, they will still gnaw on wood. Because if they don't, their teeth will just get way too large. Which is problematic for a beaver. But yeah, basically it's not a death sentence if a beaver breaks their tooth. Just realized I can save myself a bunch of power by doing that. I don't think there's anything else I particularly need to turn off. But these two are just like huge power users, so. I'm getting thrown off by this up here. They're gonna do these, then they're gonna do the ones down there, then they're gonna do this. They have not yet touched the dynamite, but they will, I'm sure, at some point. I just realized what I'm doing here is the equivalent of building an AI data center. Think about it. I've got a giant number of buildings that just need an obscene amount of power, and I'm just plopping down local power. I need another big one. You know, this is the start of my first inroad where I could really go right to the center, isn't it? Yeah. I could start installing water management systems onto the actual source of water on this map. Maybe I should. Ooh, that's a good idea, yeah. problem is there are different heights on either side. But that is fine. Okay, we're gonna have to wait for... Okay, but yes. Can someone please touch it with a wrench? All the stuff's being delivered. You just need to touch it. For the love of God. Another 3. Actually, I think technically a 2 would do. But I don't want to risk it, and I can fill it in with, like, anything, so I'm gonna do that. What, Oh, these are overhangs. They are... like... basically, they're basically what I've been using platforms for. They act as a bridge or a foundation for other buildings over a void. They just don't look as nice, honestly. This one lets you, like, expand off the edge like that. Like, in theory, you could, like, grow infinitely off the top of this if you wanted to. This one's 5x5. Oh yeah, but it also brings a little bit of verticality with it as well. It's hard to show you because, yeah, but there is, like, space underneath that. There it is. I love that we didn't even run out of planks and stuff during that. There we go. That actually nailed it. Perfect. That was the perfect depth. Of course, they've all but ceased construction up here for the most part. Because they're waiting for this. Also, he's just casually building that all the way down there. Like, what are you doing? You just, like, throwing the extract, explosives, and planks down and just, like, throw a lit match and boom, done. That what's going on here? I kind of hope so, because that would be amazing. For the record, there is an achievement for getting 10 of these up and going, so I'm definitely not going to shy away from making more of them as needed. And probably including putting one over here by the middle. Throw a fix-it Felix hammer down there and pray turns out where you want it to be. Pretty much. And we're slowly refilling. It would be cool if there's a way that I could increase the flow out of this. I bet you if I put a line of explosives all the way down through the center, it would actually increase the flow rate. Depends on how much water these are you know, set up to make and how deep or how high they're trying to push the water. I don't know. One way to find out, I guess. You know what I am realizing, though? If I get rid of that, and I get rid of that, and then I come in here... Oh, actually, you don't have to worry, because it will actually prioritize these correctly. Put that there. Boom. Now that'll get built, and it'll be ready as soon as the pipe below connects. New well-being high score. Hell yeah. 15 injured beavers, but that's, you know, par for the course. Cassava's kind of doing its thing. We're gonna need to grow more berries soon, though, I think. Yeah, these are being picked clean. But, you know what? This whole area of trees is very unneeded. I'll let him chop them down, but then I'm going to replace them with berries. Boom. Land reuse. Like this over here is an example. Like this is just wood ready to be harvested, but I don't need it. I've got so much other wood. I'm good. I can. But I want to get this connected first, because they're going to be able to deliver the materials here so much faster if I do that. Wait, are they all coming over here to get a drink and maybe a swim? Like, they're definitely coming over here to drink water. I mean, then deliver water to... Yeah, but still. You can tell where the main thoroughfare is, though. That's great. Oh wow, we are out of metal parts. Are we using them on these? No. What are the metal parts for? Oh wait. These take metal parts, don't they? So we've probably just finished one of them. Also, despite being the lowest possible build priority, these are starting to be built. Which means that if nothing else, then after, yeah, exactly, we're gonna have to start building new housing. This is one station where I'm. How hotel are we going this time? Probably the same. I'm honestly, the plan was quite literally just build them back to back. Because if I build it on the other side of the map, they don't get all the same benefits as the ones that are there, in terms of like being near the monuments and stuff that give them huge bonuses. Beautiful. Oh wait, hang on. Get this done first, please. Oh yeah, I could absolutely do. You know what? There's an achievement for building up to the height limit. I could do that. Well, I mean, we figured this would fix my issue for a hot minute too, didn't we? See how that went. And in fairness, it did actually tide me over for quite a while, but... Why is there no roof 4x2? Oh, of course that's on the wrong side. Damn it. Okay. Gotta have those rooftop amenities, you know? Well, housing's going up nice and fast. We got a lot of beavers. A lot of builders. I guess the question is, do you think the real estate on the bottom floor or the top is more valuable? Well, we're already up to 92 free beds again. Oh, wow. We outdrank the pumps. Which turns those on and effectively doubles our pumping speed. But means that this thing just doesn't run. Because we're pumping water just that much voluminously. Actually, the target height should be like 3 meters exactly. And then the bad water, 0. There's a non-zero chance that this could end up filling that, but I'm not sure if it can or not. We're just slightly net negative power right now. Especially not seeing more beavers just immediately fly over there. But then again, the build queue is clear. Apartment building is probably taking priority somewhat, at least at the moment. Well, being a 500, hell yeah. I wonder what changed. Hello, Hated Hollow. What a name. Thanks for the follow. I almost want to do a suspension bridge that does everything slightly more correct, but it's just not gonna work out like that, is it? On the other hand, this one, we could probably get away with a 3 and a 4. I mean, as if there wasn't that tree there, at least. I realize there's a much simpler way to do that. I'm wondering how much that's just defying gravity right now. Oh, these are being limited by metal parts right now, aren't they? Yeah, okay. To the tune of having none. And these are just about done. I'm sad that there isn't some, like, intricate gear work inside. That'd be amazing. At the same time, it totally makes sense that there isn't, so... Yeah, I think the pathing for 500-ish beavers is not doing amazing things to the frame rate. Tell me the beavers are excited without telling me the beavers are excited. Look, a pre-rusted drain. I love that for us. I'm not realizing with all of our unemployed beavers, it makes sense to run these during the day now. Of course, all the beavers that are unemployed also have the tail stamps. I don't blame them. What are we gonna need for this? 1,500 gears? I don't think we can even store that many. 2,000 planks. We're definitely not storing that many, so let's set up storage for these things. Alright, so 180. I mean, it's definitely still nowhere near enough, but it's a big hit, big jump start. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. But it's not quite, so that should be enough. That should be enough planks. Gears restoring. Also not enough, but closer to enough. $1,200. There's over 2,000. And metal blocks. Yeah, we're not storing 2,000 of those. Are these also... Yes. So I need to build that stack again. Oh, I just realized I made a horrible mistake when I did that. I should change it first so I don't have to redo it all. And there we go. That is our Earth Repopulator Monument storage. If they're stacks of 11, you're gonna be short a whole 20. I'm not worried about that because in the time it takes them to transport the material, they will have made at least another 20. Not to mention the construction time. Damn. Must have had, like, metal blocks just backed up. Because these aren't even requesting them. These are just being dumped in. Like, as fast as they can build them, they're just filling them up with metal blocks. I bet these guys have been blocked for ages from making more. Of course, that's when I realized I've only technically got 3 places making metal blocks. That's probably going to be the one that takes the longest. Of course, the gears... No, I think I've got similar number of gear factories. That being said, I'm making these planks, but the ones that I need are made in this, of which I have 2. Nope. Yeah, 3. So we've got 3 of these. Okay, so, yeah. And because I might as well, this is just going to be plank storage. I bet this place is just kicked on again. Yep. Oh, you know what? This right here, that right there is going to be why we end up with those planks taking the longest, because they're also being used in the mining here. But it's impressive that these trees are still alive, considering the bad tides and droughts they go through. These must have been oaks. Yeah, they were. They're much faster at cutting down trees than the construction workers. And again, I guess they're probably like, you know, built for it. Chosen for their abilities. You know what's wild is we're actually like not entirely full on logs right now. In fairness, it's probably because of this, which is mostly logs, but still. Now, things I'm currently concerned about. Food levels are dropping. We don't have enough eggplant or algae. In terms of production, we have enough eggplant. We could do with more algae, but that's fine. So it's actually production that's not keeping up. So yeah, okay. So I need more food factories, and I need. Honestly, I don't need more farming. I don't think. I mean, canola would be nice to have. Soybeans would be nice to have, but I don't need them. I just need 2 new food factories and 2 fermenters, really. I could almost fit those side by side if it was like 1 block wider. I'll go this way. I could do that there. And you are going to do eggplant, and you are going to do algae. I don't know why, I don't know why I've taken up calling it algae. Because my entire life I've called it algae. Alright, now I just need... Might as well do all 3 fermenters, to be perfectly honest. Oh, I've just realized I've set those up so they can't actually... Let's try that again. And you're going to do cassava, soybeans, mushrooms, There we go. And I think in terms of raw food, we could do to plant more soybeans. Everything else seems relatively handy. Oh, we're not making enough canola oil. Alright, time to plant more canola. This bank. There we go. Canola. Of course, it occurs to me I could probably extend my reach even better if I... That's better. That's more like it. Yeah, some of those are just going to be held back by the lack of canola, so this accelerates things. Oh, I just realized that's never going to work because the water level's never going to be that low. Good job, me. I can make it work, though. With a gratuitous application of explosives. And a drought. There we go. Oh, I see. I was like, how did those get planted already? Makes sense. Suppose we'll know when this is done, when we're ready to build it based on when these are full, right? Good question. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, honestly, what I'm running into right now is primarily going to be... The game is starting to run out of, well, one, it's a lot of paths to calculate, but also two, I bet I'm starting to run up against the, limits of my CPU's cache. To be fair, though, I have a lot of CPU cache, but... 500 beavers is a lot of beavers, and I'm sure that they have a decent amount of data attached to them, even if it is only doing the pathing, right? Oh, so this is like a 8-day drought. Damn. Unemployed beavers at the moment. That's not unexpected. Oh, hey, we're planted. I think it's time to plant more soybeans. And blueberries, but soybeans first. I can't say I'm particularly achievement hunting, but go on. Honestly, I'm sure I'll get there. I'm pretty sure I'm only missing a couple, other than these, but like... that would just be like spamming them out, I guess. That should get rid of most of them. And now get rid of all of them. Irontail's reach. Oh, damn. That's a little bit late for that, I'll be honest. But that would be an interesting challenge. Because they get super grumpy having to sleep outside. Oh, so I'm just demolishing my planks right now. I just realized I can save space here for farm. Of course, this is dependent on me remembering what I need to grow, which is mushrooms are dealt with, canola, soybeans. That's what I want. Yeah, okay. I just want to double check that. Now, what else do I want to grow? Honestly, a little bit of everything. Eggplants are fine, but we could do with more corn. Yeah, and I've thought about that one in particular. That's on my to-do list. I think what I'll do for that, though, is I'll build up a giant tower near the edge of the map, and then blast all the way down to the bottom so we can watch it the entire way up and down. I may plant more canola if this isn't enough to bring us out of our canola debt. Water level is currently low enough in there that it can't fill it, but that's fine. This is currently attempting and doing slightly okay at it. Mushrooms, algae, coffee beans. Yeah, okay. I mean, we're good on algae there, so it's mostly just getting it processed, which we've solved. Oh, you know what I do need is I need, somewhere I need to install blueberries, because we're running low on blueberries. Right here is where I was planning to do blueberries, and there's oak trees growing, so I'll leave them be to cut them down. Metal blocks coming along. Treated planks less so. Yes? I can go either way. Yeah. Yep. But yeah. Got gears coming in. We got treated planks coming in. Not a lot of treated planks, but treated planks. Of course, part of the reason why the treated planks are so slow are because we're using them to mine. Oh good, they're done. Oh, it's good to know those work through the surface. I didn't realize. Oops. Alright, what else can we stand to grow more of? Algae is fine. Mushrooms are dealt with. That's fine. We're growing more corn. Canola is hopefully fine. Soybeans are just gone. Coffee beans we could stand to do more of. I don't know. The game's starting to chug, man. Well, I guess the question is, what do we just want more of? Well, we're going to be using a lot of canola in the future here, so... I can always replant fields. I'm just going to do this. Yeah, that's a fair point. I think I just worked out why they're coming over, why they're going over there for water. Because there isn't water over here. gotta be an achievement for unlocking all of the things, right? Well, canola is definitely sorted now, if it wasn't before. Might as well plant some of this. And some cassava. There we go. To be fair, most of the time the game is still running at 130 frames a second. It's just when they wake up and every single beaver goes to Pathfind to work. And 70. 130 to 70. Just like that. And we're back up to 130. And it's not because I moved. It's because of the... I mean, I guess partially it's because I moved. But, like, just the number of things going on, basically. Is what I'm trying to spit out. Hey, this time it's not my fault. The water level's just gotten that low. It's good to know that the blueberries are good for like a solid like 10 days. Well, 9 days. I managed to build both of those exactly backward. I'm gonna do 50% beans, which is actually an excessively large amount. Actually, no, I'm gonna do less than that, but I'm gonna do beans and berries here. good to see that we can last out that long of a drought. Although much longer, we're going to start being in trouble. Because, like, the amount of water available rapidly is dwindling. It's almost getting to the point where I need to store enough water to refill the reservoirs to keep everything growing. Also, I want to state for the record that it is fucking impressive that this game is running as well as it is at 500 beavers. It has no business running this well with 500 beavers. Alright, the only thing left to spend my research points on is the Earth Repopulator. And there's the canola. Oh, the first wave of canola. Man, did we get dried out. Damn. We're like, still refilling. Like, I have no doubt we'll get there, but like, oh boy. You know what I just realized? We're out of logs. We're burning through our wood that fast. Presumably mostly doing this, but like, we're out of wood. True, it was 9 days of no flow, but still. Guys, previously, before I emptied this out, it wouldn't take 3 days to get back to, like, ground level. Man, they really loving the algae rations. You're out. And not for lack of growing it. We've actually got 2 of them. Although, you know what? That's because there's no canola oil. Luckily being solved. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, a lot of our food right now, a lot of the higher-end food depends on canola oil that we are just not making right now in volume, enough volume. And we've got five buildings making it, of course, and we're getting there. But like the demand is just so high right now. There we go. I'm definitely not planning to build a giant canola pressing factory there, or anything like that. Definitely nothing of that nature. Good job. Uh-huh. You know, arguably in the literature that is Cyberpunk 2077, what you're describing would be called an XBD. For anyone who knows the joke I'm making, you probably cringed and laughed a little. Anyway, this is where I'm gonna call it a day, because I'm gonna go clean the kitchen and make dinner. So have a good night, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed. We are the Beavers, and we're beaverant, and I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, good night, everyone.